So high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world and keep the sky on your mind. Get on board. We're soaring on top of the
Good afternoon indeed. Welcome in everyone to a special stream. Call it a surprise, if you will. We are live and we are going to have a little fun, hopefully in a couple of legs. First leg, we are in a place many people don't stream from, India. We're in, and if I pronounce it wrong, folks, sorry. Definitely we'll get the next one. Chennai, here on the east coast of India, southeast coast, headed to Thiruvananthapuram. I'm here to tell you, folks, if you look down below, you'll see what kind of name that is. But we're going to fly to there, Victor, Oscar, Tango, Victor, and then on to, and I put that in wrong. I just noticed it. VRMM. Those of you familiar with it know it as the Maldives. So that's what I get. You know, I'm not the greatest of spellers, and when I spell check, I see things the way they're supposed to be and not be able to fix them. Oh well. So, but anyway, after the week I've had today, I thought, what the heck? Let's just get up here and do another stream before the next week of heck happens. So, yes, I'm refraining hard, but yeah, they have been rough. But it's winter time. What do you expect? Sleep. Who needs sleep, right? So, VABB. Yep, I've been out of there, but guess what? Asks before attitude before we get rolling here. What's up? We'll take a pause here and see what Bad Attitude has to tell us. And then we're going to get into getting this plane rolling. All right, got your second flight in for Virtual American. Well, that's not who we're flying for today. Spoiler alert, Tuesday we launch with Virtual American again. You want the details here on Twitch, look down in the About flight schedule and you'll find it. All right, so as promised, let's get rolling. First off, we are in release version 4.00.8, and I hope, fingers crossed, the way it downloaded didn't give me a warm fuzzy that I am indeed in the latest one their Discord channel says, but I'm gonna go with it and say I am. Says I flew from Phoenix to Tucson, showed 6,000 nautical miles. Oh my gosh. That's great. 6,000 miles between. Did you guys in Arizona know that you had such a big state? Know you guys got a big attitude down there, but I didn't think mileage-wise was 6,000 miles. That's great. All right, folks, let's get in here. Actually, you know what? We're about to go, well, according to the machine here, we're about to go into an ad break. So let's kind of pull the reins a little, take our time here, see if indeed we're going to actually take the break. Then we'll pre-brief and get this thing going. You're not familiar with ZIBO, you're an X-Plane user, shame on you. Folks, even if you're in that other sim, might bring you over to X-Plane 12. This is free. And I'm going to tell you, I say it's better than PMDG. You can quote me on that. And did I mention it was free? Let me know how that works for PMDG. Except for you hackers out there. Always looking for that crack. And it's not the crack you think, guys. It is actually the hacking crack to get into PMDG because they don't want to spend all that money. Come over to X-Plane. That quality, if not better, is right here in ZIBO. All right, folks. And again, if you're interested in ZIBO, !ZIBO, and it'll give you how to get yourself up and running in a free aircraft better than PMDG. All right, let's press on here. Let's bring Sim Toolkit into the merry mix here. Now it says it's going to an ad, but we'll see how that works. I happen to be running it here, so we'll see. All right, there's Sim Toolkit for y'all, and if we do go to the break, you're not going to miss much. But if you do, folks, in the chat room, I have put a link to our YouTube channel, and guess what? Hopefully by tonight, it will be up there. So, matter of fact, I'll put it to you this way. It will be up there by tonight because this shouldn't, well, it's going to take about, we're going to probably be on air about 3, 4, 5 hours. So, you better get a cup of coffee, folks. All right, so we've got Sim Toolkit up here, folks. You can see the route pretty much in its entirety. I stop zooming in once I see the text and then back it out, bring it back to get it right on that edge. We're almost to the end, folks, okay? Almost. So let's take a look at our loadout. A little light, 122 souls on board, 24,400 pounds of payload. You see the zero fuel weight at 119,443, blocking the fuel at just under 14,000 pounds. So the route, very simple, however, will not. I got to do a couple things. Oh, I'm glad I said all of this to get this to work right. Cost index 11, and we're going to go up to 36,000 feet. Whether or not we get off the ground. Technically, I flew this is part of my destination of the month run for Millennium Aviation. Started at Paro. There'll be a video coming out soon. YouTube only, so you'll have to catch it on the YouTube channel. From Paro to Dhaka. Then yesterday I flew from Dhaka down to here. I just flew to fly to clear my mind. And today we're back on streams, this time streaming live and going from Chennai to VOTV. I'm not trying that again. And on to the Maldives. All right, so there you see the first leg. Looks beautiful as you would expect. 71 or 77 degrees of variable wind and a pretty decent pressure, so this ought to be pretty good. The only thing that's been hanging me up here lately is it's been saying drizzle and 2800 on, I'm assuming, either visibility or RVR. I down here I get confused what the METARs are saying. Likewise, down in VOTV, granted, all of this is above any numbers that would make it not legal for us to go. So we're going to go 340 at 3, nice wind. Again, some drizzle and a few clouds at 1,500 feet. So we'll kind of see how that plays out. So now also, I've changed the time so we fly in the daytime. So I don't know how that affects weather in X-Plane, I'll be totally honest. And then finally, let me go ahead while I'm here, set her up for VATSIM because I always forget. And okay, that looks good, that looks good. We'll go with a 75 for the RVR. We're in, well, you all got a little flavor of it in the beginning, but if you chose to dawdle in coming on because you knew it takes about 3 minutes to 6 minutes to get into it, you don't know what's coming unless you're on Discord. All right, let's get that in the system and being chewed. Flight plan sent. And okay, and part of the other reason I wanted to fly this flight today, folks, there have been some, again, big updates with ZIBO, at least in my opinion, the HUD. Watching before Attitude's last stream that I saw of his really intrigued me. So we're going to try it here, and if you're interested, let's see if it will. Oh wait, I am doing it wrong. There we go. Just wanting to send a shout out to you there, Bad Attitude. You always give me good help. So I thought I'd give it to return the, with at least a shout out to your channel. Check him out, folks. Really good stuff. Sometimes he's not even on the sim, so you never know. Check him out. All right, so here we go, folks. The big thing here with, oh wait, let me, let me show you some. Okay, so sim briefs down here. Saved flights, there we go, view. All right, so here's what we're flying today, folks. When you save this, it's really recommended that you use the downloader now for SimBrief to make sure things end up in the right spots. Because what's going to happen is a couple of files need to be downloaded. So that what's going to happen here in a few seconds where it automates the whole. You thought GCX was pretty cool. Wait till you see what ZIBO does. It's free. Subliminally put out there, it's free. So let's pull it away. Let me do those couple of steps that I usually try to have out of the way before we get here. You won't be able to see this. I haven't set up a window for this, but I do need to ensure. Gotta remember it's export, right? And exporting. All right, so what I've done is when you get in there, make sure you set it up so that it goes to, really wish I could bring, let me see if I can't find a way. Bear with me a second, folks, because this is actually one of the coolest things they do. Oh, praise God. All right. Main screen. All right, so let me try this. Just find, there's my browser. All right. So you're good. This is what the SimBrief downloader looks like. It's missing a couple of the headings and all of that. Not worried about that. All right. You're going to want to come down here and make sure they're aimed at the right places. All right, for ZIBO mod and these two. Oh, and the XML. I'm sorry. You need all four of these aimed in the correct, and you see it here. X-Plane 12 output FMC plans. By the way, folks, if your friends join later, they're going to miss this because Flight 2, we're not going to show this screen. Okay, just so you know. So those need to be aimed. So then when you click export, it goes out. You'll have to click overwrite because those of you not familiar with Flight Factor A320 uniform, it puts together a file kind of similar like this, but it's not your normal flight plan. You have to download it, and then it's just a little tricky. So it's like this one in some ways. So once you've done that, let me get this away. Oh, I know the program's still running. Yeah. Then we get ready to start the fun. Come down here to airside service. You see it's not active, and this is because nothing's in here yet. First off, load OFP, and that stands for Operational Flight Plan. Folks, it doesn't matter if you use United, Air Canada, American, or what they call LIDO, which is, put it in brackets, default. Either way, it's going to do this. Load. There's our 122 peeps. There's our correct 0 fuel weight, and there's the fuel it's going to load. Hang on, we're not ready to activate. I'm just going up, double checking numbers. All right, 119,443. Yep, 13,975, and yeah, 122 peeps. Uh-oh. Now what file? Because I thought I had them all. Well, anyway, let me activate. Activate. Okay, now the reason the jet bridge is going away is because yours truly put it up against it. So, let's go back here. Now it's going to tell you the status. Okay, I'm going to bring it back so we can properly look like we're loading the plane. All right, there we go. So the jet bridge is back up against the plane. And, oh look, we're flying for somebody nobody knows much about anymore. Clipper! Fuel truck just popped in. Doors are opening for the catering trucks, which we don't have. Oh, okay. I know what you're doing there. Okay. I just used SimBrief. I got you there, bad attitude. All right. But anyway, if Clipper was around, Clipper would definitely have a 737-800. Clipper being Pan Am. So that's why they're here. All right. So we're fueling. They're doing their thing in the back. If that gets too loud, folks, matter of fact, I think it is already. Bear with me. I'm going to pop that volume down just a tad. No, I know what you're talking about. It's, yeah, I know. I use the PDF occasionally. I use just go to the SimBrief file. So, but I get what you're doing there. Basically, what he's doing is if you're over here, go here, here, and I forget which one did you say you're going to? Oh, just anyway, it'll be in one of these. I don't use this a lot. Here, I have the other one that I prefer. All right, so fuel is up to 71%. I got to get going because guess what, folks? They're always waiting on me. And I don't like it when the people are waiting on me. All right, so the battery's on, the standby power's on, ground power's on. Your battery, standby, set to ground power. Ground power is on. AC volts set. And let's go up top. Quick, run through the gambit here. Flight recorder good. That one's hard to hear, I know. Probably the one that you really want to hear, but it's the hardest one to hear. Passengers, oxygen's good, system's good, EECs are on, reverser's closed. 3 green on the landing gear, the radio. Audio looks good. Service, interphone, and dome lights are off. Surfaces are good. ELT armed. Let's go with the right system today. Align. Align. 6 minutes to align, folks. Once you get aligned, go to nav. And what this will do when this goes to 0, if you've gone through the first couple of pages on your FMC, will automatically align up. Line up, align up, something like that. Something like that. Okay, down in the middle, while we got 6 minutes, let's do it. Your cabin utility is on, IFE pass seats on, equipment cooling's normal, emergency exits armed, no smoking's on for the fueling. Check our 2 attendants and ground calls. Fuel pumps are off. Coming down the next side, pitot heat's still off, window heats are on. Anti-ice off.
Ground flight deck fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
Cool, thank you for flying with Mike. And electrical hydraulics are on, engine off. Wait a minute, reverse that. Electric off, engine on. All right, take a breath after all of that, folks. All right, running down this side, trim air's on. Recirculation air is in auto, packs are in auto, isolation valve open, engines are on, your bleed valves. You can set your altitude now to 37. You know what? I don't know what our landing altitude is. 19 and 17. What's 3 feet, right? Amongst friends. Keep it at 0. Make sure it's on auto too. Lights down below. Make sure your taxi, runway turnoffs and landing lights are in the off position. If you want 4, make sure you turn the LED on. I think that's the one. There is one, if you set it to that, all 4 come with the gang bump. Right side logo and position in steady, which is all the way down. All right, the peoples are coming on now. And we're pretty well close to caught up here. Engine, fuel, APU, let's get that running. There she goes, firing up. put some fuel on. And then we'll be to the pre-flight. Actually, we have a couple more things to do. We got to get the FMC all programmed up, and then we're ready to go, folks. Hey, Jens. All right, let's get to work here, folks. Okay, we got to put our routes and all of that in. Boy, it's been a little bit, so hopefully it comes right back to me. Okay, we are in Victor, Oscar, Mike. This should have been flown on a Wednesday. Man, this would be hilarious. Mike. If you haven't seen the Geico commercial with the camel, folks, that's where that comes from. All right, and okay, let's do our flight plan request. That's the new stuff that's been added to ZIBO, aside from all of this other animated stuff in play. It's the ability for it to take your flight plan like TOLUS, like Flight Factor, using that init request, the same thing, except you have, if you're not seeing anything, always look for this and a potential activate. And an execute. Always look for that if you're not seeing what you think you're supposed to. All right, and then we just aligned. You can see it right up here. Okay, so we just did the init. Let's check our route. But really, as you saw, folks, let me put it in the chat one more time. Really isn't a lot to this. It's the PADI to TEGUT, the R457 to MDI, onto the MADUT into our destination. So basically, folks, you put, if you're doing this manually, all you would do is type this, click type TEGUT, and then enter it. Then R457 for VIA, then MDI. You're done with this route, folks. It's not a long route. It's only like 350 miles, something like that. So it doesn't take long. Hang on, I'm going to switch into plan mode. I'm going to back out. Yeah, I think that'll work good. Bear with me. Here we go. We're going to go to the legs page real quick. Oh, wait, let's put in our departure. All right, so currently we said we're departing runway 7. So let's put that on, come down. And now I know it's already done all of this for me, but I'm making sure. Route. Okay, back to legs. Now let's look at it. And okay, time to get out of Airbus mode since we've been Airbus for a few days. We're back to where we have to click step. We don't have those lovely little arrows here. Oh wait, let's bring charts in. Ah, I thought I had it sized. Of course, that's what this loose nut gets for thinking. All right. You set it here. Bear with me as I knock it over a few notches. There we go. That way we can kind of step through, make sure the flight plan looks good. I put it into satellite mode intentionally. When we were at Paro, folks, you can really see the defined terrain the Himalayas put off. When I do the run to Dhaka, if you look at it on YouTube, you'll see that definition like almost like a razor cutting through uh, the northern part of Asia at that point. So that's why I've kept it up. All right, so going off the departure patty. Bear with me, I gotta look this one up. It didn't take it. Sid, where is Patty? There we go. All right, so let me look at this, and we're getting our departure brief. Okay, 071 out to just above 1,000 feet. We turn for MM607, and then we'll follow it out. So that's what this 1,000 is. That's what we're going to, and then we're on to here, just to catch you up, and we'll kind of walk it through over to Patty. Okay, and we're at, no, we're not. The big thing I'm looking for are discontinuities. Oh, okay, we're centered. I missed the center button. I got used to Airbus again. It would have been up here on Airbus. All right, and then we're headed out to TEGUT. That's our transition, folks. And what you're looking for here by discontinuities, it'll either say it on the screen or you're going to see a break. That's what we're looking to clear up, okay? TEGUT. There we go. Now, we're going to, there's where we're ending. Let's come off here. From TEGUT, we're coming to TTR to MDI. You can see them here. Let's make sure they don't skew 5,000 miles or 500 miles in the wrong directions. That's all you're checking for. Okay, looks good. Now, we're looking at, let's close this one up. We're coming down to MADUT. See if I can, I'm not finding that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the boarding doors are closed. Flight attendants are prepared for departure. Cross check, fair price staff, stand by for all call.
All right, we've got everyone strapped in. Give us a ring if you need anything.
All right, hang on, folks. Let's see if we can find it easily this way. All right, and again, the weather here is variable at 2 knots. We're planning a 3-2 arrival. You just look at the airport real quick. Okay. I think this is our terminal up here, so. All right. Oops, meant to click cancel. All right, we're going to try this one more time. Okay, I think that's going to be the chart we use. Yeah, that'll probably be the chart we use. Okay. All right, so there's our arrival. Now let's take a look at that ILS. All we do is come back to select ILS for 3-2. Looks like an arc. Let's see the chart. Yeah, we'll be coming down from MDI, hit the arc to come in. Okay, so well, that ain't cool. TVM is at the airport. Scooting. See how that did. Kinda like this one. What did I miss? Guess what? I'm gonna leave it as is. All right, so we're at MDI. We're gonna select the ILS. Utig. Aid. Admit. Oh. Okay. Deselect. See if there's any more. Okay. All right, so what we're gonna change. I see what it did. We're on the MADUT arrival. There we go. We'll just go to final. All right. All right, so let's continue on from MDI. And here's what we're doing, folks. We're coming right down to MADUT, right down to here, and in. That's what I didn't see. Arrivals, RNAV arrivals, 3-2 right. Okay. Legs. Next. Okay, from TEGUT, MDI. Okay, here we go. Brody. TA303. MADUT. TA302. All looks good. Coming down the line to JBUM. To the line. And in. Wait, why do I have a line coming off here? There's Y vectors. All right, so we're unable to delete. Great. Let's try. There. All right, and then we're good in. All right, sorry this is taking a little longer than anticipated. We'll go out, come back, hold at TVM, as the ILS says. See how it shows us coming back. We'll hold over here. Then we'll probably shoot out and have to come in this way. All right. The bad thing here, folks, unlike the Airbuses, we don't get that push to our alternate. So we'd have to reprogram for that. All right, so again, sorry for that taking a lot longer than anticipated. Get rid of this, put us back up here, and let's get rid of charts. Actually, now we'll get rid of them. All right. Again, my apologies. Up top. Oh, that's right, I moved over. Forgot about that. All right, back down here now. Next up on our list here, folks, is the perf page. Actually, let's go. We don't have a RadNav page. We've got our delete, so let's go to perf. And yes, folks, I did not set Top Cat up real quick. I'll get it. Okay, alternate VOCL, I think it is. VOCL. All right, let me bring this in and show you what we're setting up, and then we'll get into putting it into play. All right, so I'm taking my numbers and just kind of working them in. I've already got approximately 122 folks loaded. Let's see here. I got to figure up my baggage. So what I do is take my handy dandy calculator, whatever my zero fuel weight is, folks. In this case, 119443 is what we're shooting for. Subtract out what's in the plane right now, 116348. So I need 3,095 pounds. And there we go. Add. Now, we need to go to the fuel, 13,975. Taxi fuel should be 500, but we'll double check here. And not 5,000, 500. Trip fuel. 5,885. Leaving us with 7,590 pounds. This was geared for FSX. It may have updated, so it's nice with the other Microsoft product, but it works great for us, as you're about to see. I'm just gonna do a quick check here. Let's go to Sim Toolkit. Let me show you a neat little thing here in Sim Toolkit. If you add Sim Brief here, you can see I'm doing everything right from it. There's my release. Here's my fuel planned. So there's my 5,885. There's my total. Taxi fuel, 500. Okay, just wanted to make sure it hadn't changed, because sometimes it does. So away with Sim Brief. But what Bad Attitude was talking about, you can actually put that whole flight plan in your Av tab to pull up along the way. Free product, by the way, Av tab. Okay, let's go back to Top Cat. We've got all the information now loaded. So let's head over to the takeoff page. We're going to go off runway 7. Ooh, we had, let me take a look at that. Did you catch it? Intersections. F, Foxtrot. Was the other one Kilo? I'm going to be pulling it up again here. I just wanted to get in here and find out. Fox and Kilo. What's Fox give us? Let's do that. Oh no, let's just do full length. Let's be nice. All right, that way everyone's on board. Update your weather. All right, so we got as of 20 Zulu, which I don't know how long ago that was. I'll find out. Oh, it's ahead of it's ahead of NavGraph. So cool. 2800 drizzle, few clouds at 200. We'll look out and see scattered 10,000, 1013. Okay. So 250, technically 25, but with a 2 knot difference, we're fine. Temperature 24, we're not running with ice. Up north, never mind, we won't make that worse than it already is. All right, so if we go with a D-rate takeoff, which we will, we're looking at 44 degrees and V1 between 141 and 142, 142 to rotate, and 146. Be mindful of these numbers. I'm going to keep them up. Got to move it over again. Move it on over to the east side. Don't think I'm going to need it, but I might. Find out. Boink. Planned fuel was 13,097, so we'll leave it. Okay. What I'm going to do is bounce back so I can, no, I can't really show it here. What I do for my reserve, I make sure obviously we have enough to get there. So that's not an issue. But once we're there, I got to have enough fuel to get to my alternate. Makes sense if I have to divert. And I have to have 45 minutes of fuel on board. So, hang on a second. Sim brief. Again, if you would go on your sim brief down to your totals, do a quick 3.7, 3.3. So we're looking at 7 for our minimum fuel. That's what I'll put in there, 7.0. Don't worry if it says using reserves, folks. Really, you get up to altitude, a lot of times the wind is what you need. Cruise winds are set at 018. Diagonal 10. That's our averaged. Cruise altitude, we said 36,000. Execute. Altitude constraint, okay. I don't know how to figure these up, so I don't. And I could look it, I can look it up, I know. I'm not going to worry about it. Transition is correct. And perf request. If that would have filled all of this in, my bad. I think it will. Shot spot. Yep, it would have. And there you saw it using reserve fuel. Okay, folks, we're all filled out here. Now let's get to the nitty gritty. Why is TopCat still up? Well, it's this next page. All right, N1 limits. You look at TopCat. You're being told flaps 1, cool, takeoff 2. Well, you see TO2 right here. However, so let's click TO2 first. Up here for select temperature, this is kind of like thinking D rate, if you will. So we're not maxing that engine at 100% all the time. You're pulling just enough power off the engine that you'll still get airborne, still climb to altitude. That's where the climb part comes in. It'll work its way up these climbs as you get into better, less dense air. So we're looking for 44. 44. Put it in there. Give it a second. All right, so it's recommending climb 2. That's good. We'll take it. Push to the takeoff page. Now, I'm going to go to a page most of you won't go to. Not sure why, but you just don't. Maybe it's just you're in too big a hurry to just fill out a few fields. Maybe you just aren't that involved and don't want all of that realism. Hey, I know it. I've told you where I back off. All right, so where are we at? Runway slope. Runway slope is a +1. So we'll put a U0.1. Well, make sure you do the diagonal so you get the heading on the runway of 071. Yeah, I know passengers in back are getting frustrated with me. Oh well, they'll live. Now, there's our selected temperature. They're calling it 22, so we're obviously a little mismatched. That's fine. And then you filled this out. Now, if we got a wet runway or a contamination unknown, there you go. You can change these numbers if you want. I'd leave them as is. Next, pop your CG in like that. Then, flaps. Again, it's telling you flap 1. And here's what ZIBO predicts. Look at those numbers. 142, 142, 146. I'm going to go with them. What the heck? There you go, folks. And you can turn your QRH. All it's just your reference numbers so you don't see them. And there you go, folks. The FMC's planned. It can be done quicker if you're not explaining everything, but you get the drift. Pretty slick. Did I mention this is free? I don't think I have. Or at least in the last 5 minutes. All right, folks. Hey, we're 52 minutes into the stream and we're finally ready to go. Like I said, the passengers behind me are getting a little irate, but we've already got the EPU. The altimeters are about to be set. We are going to need to be in Barrow, and I think we saw let's just do it this way, Yeah, we're 1013, that's cool. Let's set our minimums. I'm going to go by above ground level. That's why it says radio. If you wanted to go above sea level, you would switch it to Barrow and set it to the Barrow for here. So whatever MSL altitude, which I think it's pretty low. Hang on, I'll get it to you. We're 54 feet above, add 400, so 454. But 400's easy to go with. And then 1,000 feet's when we're gonna make the turn anyway. So there you have it. Minimums are set. Altimeter, APU's on, bleeds on, left pump. And let me make sure up top is in APU, and it is. All right, folks, let's see the status outside. Jetway's been pulled, and the people are getting super mad at me. Let's go over here, 100, 100. All right, I'm calling better pushback.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
See, we're going off runway 7, so let's do this to here before I click anything.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Oh yeah, we got perfect. All right, so we're ready to go. One last look outside, make sure everything is in order. Only thing left are chocks. Fuel flow set. Okay. Cruise altitude get across the top here as we go. 146, I'll set it at 156. 070 or 071, my bad.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Stand by, chocks off. All right, altitude. Just real quick glance here. It's like no minimum altitudes to be concerned with. 36,000. All right, flight directors on. Fuel flow one more time. Okay.
So connected and bypass pin inserted.
Minimums, landing
Release
gear
parking
levers
brake.
down, 3 green. Speed brakes down, flaps up, and 0 and 0. Takeoff good. Set that to progress, and engine start levers are in cutoff. All right, passengers are aboard. Pushback ready to go. System B on. Fuel pumps on. Anti-collision light on position. Auto throttle off. Packs off. Mainly to get our air up so that we're able to start. All right, let's go.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
As soon as we get pushed back, I'm starting my ACARS program. And I'll be back to it in a second. And by the way, folks, I know it looked like it was connected, but we'll see. I don't think it was the jetway. And what I'm going to do is wait for the pushback to complete, start my ACARS program, and then get going. So, there we go, making that turn. Again, folks, hope you enjoyed. I'm telling you right now, ZIBO, in my opinion, is far better than PMDG, along with X-Plane. So I hate to break it to you, folks. You can pay all that money over in that other sim, but it's free here to get that kind of quality. And if I haven't said this enough, this is a 2-part flight. First flight's going to be from here down to VOTV. You want to try to pronounce it, look in the bottom of the screen there on the title, go for it. And then from there to the Maldives. 2 flights today, folks. Hope you enjoy. And this is a Destination of the Month run for Mac Air. So feel free to check them out, folks. Mac Air is a
Operation complete.
phenomenal
Set parking brake.
created by
Disconnecting tow.
the
Stand by.
YouTube Captain Mac video. That man behind those videos is the man behind the airline. And he has created, along with a great staff, a phenomenal airline. If you can't find the flight you want, then you join the charter division and make the flight you want. Every aircraft is available to you out there. I have not found one that's not. And there are liveries that aren't in there yet because that was all put together several years ago. But folks, there are liveries. If you have it, use it. So check them out at, here, I'll give you the link real quick and then we'll get into startup. Check them out, folks. I highly recommend this group. I think I've been with them close to 5 to 7 years, so they are a real good bunch of people. All right.
So is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Thanks for flying with Mike. We're cranking number 1. Packs have to be off to start, folks. Oops, stinking Airbus. Number 2. 2 turning. Get over here and maybe there he is. There's the chalk, and we're ready to go, folks. Waiting for 17 to 25. Here we go. Fuel on. Ah, and I still didn't do it. All right, well, we got the ACARS program running. All right, engines are stable. Sorry for that, folks. And let's get over here. Stuff. Get the gen on. Cranking up number 1. I don't know about you all, folks, but if you're in the Midwest here, you are experiencing some really cold temperatures. We were still below 0 right around 10, 11 o'clock today, and I know those of you up north of us are going, whoa, we're still below 0 at this time. Well, folks, for the Midwest down here in St. Louis, it is a little bit unusual. Not unheard of, believe me, I've seen it colder. But it's a little unheard of, so and that's where work is just being that and a few other things. All right, generators are on, lead off, APU off. All right, so let's go on down the line. Let me just make it a little easier on our eyes. All right. Gens are on. Hydraulic pump A on. Pitot heat on. Packs back on. And that to open. All right, and finally, flaps to 1 for takeoff. Taxi lights before takeoff, we'll go ahead and get those going. Let's get our engine start switches to continuous. And auto brake to RTO. Flaps are now at 1. Come down here. Oop. You know, something's funny. The auto ATS ATIS is not kicking on. Why does it do that? Okay, and heading bug set. Let's get the lights set here. Takeoff landing for the entry, white bright, and we're ready to go, folks. Chennai traffic, Clipper 31, taxi 27. Roger, taxi via Kilo 7. So that way I at least have one timer on. I'll start the other on takeoff, if I can remember. Hey, for ECAM, when we get up there, we'll do our checks. Because I didn't do my surface checks, which I normally try to do and forgot. It's because it's not in the checklist here. That's no excuse. Should do them anyway, because there have been some really bad crashes because of not checking. All right, 725 is ahead of us. Roger, Clipper 3-1 cleared for takeoff, runway 7.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
All right, folks, auto throttle on. Okay, we're gonna do that quick check here and then blanket. Okay, and finally trim. Here we go, folks. Auto throttle on. Okay. Speed alive, both sides.
80 knots.
Coming up on V1. V1.
E20. Positive rate.
You're up. Cover your ears, folks, because guess what it's time for?
1,000.
Flaps can come up. Okay, flaps are up. Bring climb. And like I said, I forgot even with the long hold. Auto brake off. And away we go, folks. Welcome in. Glad you are aboard. An hour and 11 minutes. We are climbing through 3,500 for flight level 360. Hope you enjoy the flight, folks. Thank you so much. I'm going to throw terrain on that side, weather on this side. It's standard because we just crossed it. And away we go, folks. 3 flights today. Now the next one we're gonna do when we get to VOTV, we're gonna flight plan in sim brief right on the spot and get the plane going as quickly as possible, so that we can get to the Maldives. Folks, for us up in the northern part, getting to those warmer temperatures would be nice. But they're already warm here. Oh, someone leveled us off here. What? Alright, so here we go. As soon as we cross, we should start a climb. Now we got to get above 8,000 feet. Continue our climb to 36,000. Welcome aboard. Thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike today. And look forward to our next run. We should be, you know what, let me turn that. Alright, so right now it's showing 1 hour to our destination. And as we climb, that will get better. Alright, so here we go. Through 10,000, lights off.
We're proud to be Air Transport World's 2017 Airline of the Year. A special welcome to Advantage in One World members. If you are not an Advantage member, you can sign up at aa.com/join to earn miles for today's flight and continue earning miles with our retail and travel partners. Our Advantage Aviator MasterCard is another great way to earn miles for everyday purchases and enjoy benefits such as your first checked bag free, preferred boarding, and no foreign transaction fees. Not an Aviator card member? See a flight attendant and receive an exclusive offer when you apply in-flight today. Shortly, we will begin our in-flight service. We offer a selection of complimentary beverages. Wi-Fi service is available on this flight. Connect to the AA in-flight signal and open your browser. You can access AA.com free of charge to view flight connections and other travel information. If you need to power your device, AC power outlets are located at every seat. While you are seated, please keep your seatbelt fastened and visible to the crew when the seatbelt sign is on, as turbulence can happen unexpectedly. If you open an overhead compartment, use caution, as carry-on items may have shifted during takeoff.
All right, folks, there you have it. Follow the rules. All right, let's go into cruise. We'll get actually a little bit of extra time while we're on the ground because of unloading, and then we can turn around and load. So. All right, folks, I'm going to step away for a couple seconds here, get some coffee. As I mentioned, it is super cold here in St. Louis. Not that, I mean, if you live up Chicago or worse, further, 5 and 6 degrees, you know, is really a heat wave for you guys. So, give me a second here to get some coffee to warm up, and we'll be right back. All right, folks, back with you. Sorry about that. Yeah, getting a little, trying to stay warm up here. You can only imagine what you folks in Chicago and points north of there, like Minneapolis and into Canada, are going through right now. So it's cold here. All right, so we're through 27 for 36,000. And currently, folks, just those of you that are into the how far out are we? We are currently 250 miles out of our destination. Welcome aboard Clipper 31. Part of the reason for that extended break, yeah, we got some pretty high barometric pressures here in St. Louis. Not sure if my barometer is reading 100%, but nonetheless, it is way up there. And just needed to get some headache medicine in me so I could ensure we get to the next day at work. Let me see here. Currently, we're running 30-25 or 35. Yeah, I may have to figure out how to adjust it. All right. No big deal, folks, but yeah, we do have a high barometric pressure here, so yeah, I got a good headache going, but a little bit of Motrin, a little bit of food, and we'll be fine. So we are through 33,000. We got 3 to go, and we'll level off and head onward. Taking a quick gander ahead. We'll have a few miles at this altitude before we start down. So I hope you enjoy the ride. I'm going to run a little bit of music right now, and hope you all have a great time. And again, thank you for taking some time out on your Sunday to fly with Mike. So we'll see you in a few minutes to talk about the arrival.
As you go.
All right, folks, we're back with you. I know it wasn't much, only like about 100 miles out of top of descent. So let's get into talking about that, shall we? Let's see here. We'll start with the charts. Enlarge that for. All right. So we're coming in. Well, let's first look at it from the big view. All right, so we're headed to TTR, and then we're going to be heading to MDI, and right on down the MADUT into runway. So just giving you a real quick overview. All right, so from MDI, we track down to Grady, TA 303, at or below 13,000 feet. MADUT let me see here. TA 302 at or above 8,500 feet to JBUN at or above 5,500 feet. Then we intercept the localizer for 32, just runway 32. Sorry, folks. Then we'll shoot the ILS. We're not coming around the arc. We're going to be coming down here and coming over to the 12, working our way in. Okay, real quick here. There's our ATIS. There's our approach. There's our tower. There's our ground. If they were up, we'll set 1099. Let's go ahead and show this off. A couple of things to show down here, but we'll start with the radios. See if I can get a better angle on it. There we go. All right, now I've got them set up where you set the frequency down here and click your active and it goes up. All right, so first we'll set 109. Go. 9. Shut up. And then I'm going to go ahead and throw 115.1 to give us an idea en route what we're doing. And that's 115.1. And I did not do that right. So standby 15.1. That I did. Forgot. I got to change the mode here. So I got to go and make sure it says ILS. 109.9. We push it in. Then I can come back. Okay. Now, so we're going to be 1099. We'll have to set in the VOR1, or I'm sorry, yeah, VOR1 to 3018. Now, at 6.2 ITDM, which is the identifier for our localizer, need to be at 2,000 feet, which is 1,984 feet above the ground. Our decision altitude here is 244 feet, or that's above the ground, folks. Or we could set 260 MSL or Barrow, and they'll both go off at the same time. It's the same point in the sky, just how are you reading it? Are you reading it from the ground level right below you or from sea level? And folks, when you get to those high altitude airports, that's quite a ways down, so you may want to work with AGL. Okay, missed approach, straight ahead to 2,500 feet. Make a left turn back to the VOR and hold. Descent-wise, we're going to cross 6.2 at 2,000 feet if you were paying attention. With this aircraft, we're going to probably be either 740 feet a minute or right around 800 to maintain that 3-degree slope. We're going to try using the HUD this time. So we'll see. All right, and finally, our minimums that we can accept to be able to fly here, 244. So if that METAR reads, if it reads 300, I'm going to really want to get it as close as I can. because we can't come in here at 200 feet, folks. So we have to have 244, call it 45 or higher to shoot the approach. And if I'm coming down and I get to 243 and I still don't see the airport, or 244, I got to go around. And then our minimum RVR is 550. Now, if I have a flight director, we have a HUD, we have an autopilot, we have to decision altitude is not used. So I don't know where the 750 is coming in. It's kind of weird. Okay, if you don't have that, then it goes up to 750. All right, so there we have that. Let me just plug this in real quick. That way I can see it on my gauges. All right, there we go. And then, like we said, we need to set 318. All right, so we're set up now. There's top of descent coming in. Let's do a quick check here. Yes, we can do that here, folks. Go to performance landing, VOTV, runway 32, showing dry. My apologies, folks, but bear with me here. Here's our METAR as of 26 minutes ago. It's variable at 2. Bear with me a second. I'm going to see if I can get something better. Another. Let's come in the opposite way. Let's set that to 30. Wind 140 at no. So we're not overly concerned. Temperature here 27. I'd be more concerned with higher temperatures. And 1011. All right, landing weight. We are estimating bear with me, wrong side. There we go. 127.0. Enter. 30 AC. No AI brakes. Go for 3. Add and click it to get our numbers. 144. All right, will be our approach speed. And there's how much runway we'll eat, about half of it. All right, so let's come back over to the FMC 30 and plug it in. All right, so we're set up for descent in 40 miles. Let's run that quick checklist here. AP and FMC checks, okay. And hang on a second. I love this. It would help to have sound.
We have the seatbelt sign turned off, and while you're seated, we do ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened about you at all times in case we encounter unexpected bumpy air. And we do thank you for flying with us on American.
All right. Love doing that, folks. Sorry. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and bring some volume up. Not much. All right. Top of descent. So we've got our descend using altitude intervene. We'll put that in here in a minute. Remember, coming down on our charts, and I'm going to get rid of it, we got to be TA 303, 13,000 or lower, and then we'll be above 8,500 feet. That's 21.5 miles later, above 8,500 feet. But we have to get at least below 13. So I am going to go to 8,500 feet. Okay, so we're set for descent altitude. Now, let's come down here to this lovely gizmo. Love how I say that. Let's go to D-Link. AOC. Request. Weather. VOTV. Because I haven't shown it to you yet. Put it in up here and send. Message. Alright, so they're not showing METAR data. One last look at it, folks. 30 minutes old. Variable of 2. We now know 140. 2800 in drizzle. C. Down here, it's not very common. Let's go back to here. 22 miles. Okay. I was hoping to put it out there for you, but it's just not giving us a reading. So, can't do much with if it isn't gonna sell it to you. Let me put this up so you can kind of watch us in the distance. About right there. And hide. And that to there. And X out. Alright, so here we go, folks. It's really a bummer it didn't give us the METAR. Alright, so hang on a second. Actually, let's Alright, just getting a message out to someone. Alright, so here we go, folks. Top of descent is now 6 miles. Couple of ways to do this, and it depends what FMC you're using in the 737. There's one, just like this, I think it's A1, that gives you climb, cruise, descent. And then A2, I think, is VNAV in here and some other buttons. Or they're reversed. Anyway, any way you go, be it RNAV or this, get to the descent page, and I think we just crossed, so I can't show you. Then you would click descend now. I'm going to click altitude, intervene is the other way. Now, for those of you, I see it a lot out there, and they have a hard time finding where do I put the transition altitude in at. Very simple. Same thing. Get on your descent page, be it VNAV, next, or simply push descent, forecast. Up here it says 10,000. I'm going to verify. Bear with me, folks. 9,000. We'll go with 10,000's fine then. Okay. Our last airport was 4,000. So outside of North America, folks, sometimes it's a challenge to get all of, find out the transition levels and all of that. US, it's very simple, 18,000 feet. Canada, Mexico, US, Alaska, Hawaii, San Juan, and a few others. Okay, they're loaded. Yeah, I know it doesn't load it in here, but guess what? You got your descent loaded. Put that up here. And here we go, folks. We are in our descent for 8,500 feet. All right. So there we go, folks. We're basically landing in the southwestern part of India. So again, places, streamers, well, I shouldn't say that because I don't, I'm at a different time than other parts of the world. I really don't see a lot of India flights out there on stream. And again, I just may be blind and not seeing them. So I thought, what the heck, let's do it. So Chennai down here to VOTV. If you can pronounce it, give yourself a thumbs up. Then we're headed down to the Maldives after this landing. We have got to warm our tail feathers up here with how cold it is. So come aboard, folks. Flying with Mike is in the tropics. So, out of curiosity, of all of you out there watching and lurking or whatever you're doing, how cold did it get in your areas, or are they expecting? Because you may not have gotten this cold front yet through. Most of the east coast of the U.S. is going to be frigid. Can't speak for the west coast. Hey, shove it in our face if you're warmer than 0. So we can go boo on you. All right, so there's TA 302, and it looks like we're hitting our number right on it, pretty close. And then we'll line up for our runway. I think what I need to do here, because I see that line, let's just throw that as our, let's see, we'll come up here, get us a cross fix at Rot, and then down and see how we're doing on course wise. Technically, I probably should set up for a auto land with the RVR and all in place. But if it's anything like the flight I flew in yesterday to Chennai, it was actually reporting 500 or less, actually. Technically shouldn't have. Folks, I could see to the other side of the continent. Just kidding. I mean, it was as if nothing was there. So I don't know how flight sim weather interacts down here with the weather here. So, but it was simply amazing. All right, so we're through 25,000. Guess what we're gonna do? Liven this up a little bit. After we check up here, my bad, I should have done this. Okay. Thought I heard an announcement going on back here.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are already sending seatbelt sign is on. If you happen to be up and about, please return your seat. Keep your seatbelt fastened for the remainder of the flight. On behalf of the flight crew, we appreciate you being with us today. Wish you a very safe and pleasant journey to your final destination. Hope to see you back here with us soon. Thank you.
All right, folks, there you have it. We're through 24,000, so you'll see what I'm going to do, because the wing light, folks, the only thing, if I really wanted to complain about this plane, and I really don't, because it is such a spectacular plane for free, is that it triggers the flight attendant, which is great for takeoff. But we turned the wing lights off at around 18 to 25,000 feet. Two reasons. One, we don't need it. Two, at night, one less light the passengers have to endure to try to sleep, even with their shade down. So that's why a lot of times they turn them off. Of course, the other lights go off at 10,000. So, and I'm talking runway, taxi, and landing lights. So, anyway, it's a courtesy kind of thing. And that's the only thing I would have to say. But right now, the flight attendants would be doing their thing, cleaning, getting all the garbage and getting the aircraft ready for landing, while we're up here doing the same thing. All right, so we've got the descent started, engine starts are in continues. We'll put the seatbelt sign on. It is already, and landing lights before 10,000 feet. You can kind of see the coastline ahead of us, folks. All right, next up would be the altimeter being set. Well, we're going to preset it. Forgot we can do that in this plane. 1011. And ILS course and frequency in. B card set in the FMC. And minimums, let's get those set. We're going to stay, I told you, on radio. Bear with me, I'm going to switch to the ILS. We're going to go 244. All right, so we are now set for minimums, and we'll start flaps down and all as we get closer. Right now, let's go check our auto 3 on the brakes, and we're ready to go. Again, welcome aboard. Thanks for the first leg. Hope you all enjoy and continue, because we got one more leg to do after this to the Maldives, so we can all enjoy the tropics through this hellacious cold snap. Not record-breaking, as many out there are probably doom and glooming it. Oh, I've been in St. Louis and a lot cold. Conversely, in summer, a lot warmer than they say. It's so hot here. Never unprecedented. That's because you don't go back far enough. So I'm sure in the same area they probably do the same, trying to drum up money. Oh my gosh. The sky fell. Have a speed restriction? Hang on a second here, folks. No, we do not. They set for 250 then. Alright, well we're close to not below 13 by there. Wait, we're lining up for TA, that's TA 303. Oh, now we're headed to MADUT. We didn't get below 13. Okay, what I'm going to do is change the aspect here to 20. The radar is on. And as you can see, this is all of this from MADUT. So you can see, and then to the coastline, it flattens out. Watch your ears. Yeah, not too bad. And you didn't know Pan Am had 737-800s. Who'd have thought? Right, Clipper Victor, folks. Let's kind of watch as we come across MADUT here. Pretty cool terrain here. The lakes on top. Pretty cool. I believe our airport is in this general area right there. I believe. That looks like somewhere in there, maybe just past the city. I don't know in relation to it. All right, we've crossed MADUT. We're headed to TA302, and it looks like we should make top of descent, or make our descent right at. Shame on me. I usually try to keep this right on track in case we have troubles. Uh-oh, somebody's come aboard. Allison and Lauren. Lauren, good. I'll get it out right. Thanks for the raid. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We sure appreciate you and all your raiders coming aboard. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. Little bit about me. We've been flying for about 3 years here on Twitch. Private pilot, and we just enjoy flying, and hopefully people learn a little bit from us. But we fly basically airliners, several VAs I belong to. But hey, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. I hope you join along and welcome in the first time chats of Dirk Dingles and MUU3232. Yep, haven't landed in 3 years. Always seem to always miss that part. They tell me that's the important part of flying. I don't get it. And Hawker, I saw you sneak in there as well. Welcome in, Raiders, one and for all. I'll get it right. All right, speeds. Let's get this thing slowing. And here we go. Lost track of where I'm trying to get down to. 5,500. May have to do this a little differently. Let's see. Do I got spoilers still out? Yes, I do. All right, we're just about to land. You all are welcome to give it a try. It's down there in the title. I'm just going to call it Victor Oscar Tango Victor, or VOTV. Y'all are welcome to try. But welcome aboard, one and all. Oh, we're going to make it. All right. Speed brakes out is helping. just for those tuned in from the raid, hey, we're going to be doing another flight as soon as we get in here, headed to the Maldives. So if you're up north and freezing, well, at least on the screen will look a lot more Maldives. Off the coast of India here. All right, we are a little high.
1,000 to go.
Well, Allison and Loren, thanks for the subscription. We sure appreciate you coming aboard like that. Thank you so much. What am I looking for? Keep this thing coming down. All right, time to take over. Dust Delicious, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to come on down to laps 1. All right, let me get the spoilers armed up. You know what I need to do? I'll tell you why I'm not seeing my ILS. It's right here.
1,000 to go.
Let's approach. There it is. Approach set. Alright, and sometimes, folks, I will warn you, I do get quiet from here on. Letting y'all see up there in that upper right-hand panel where we are. Let's transition over to the ILS chart. And here we go. And again, as you saw in the weather, folks, I don't even know if we can pull a VTAR up right now. Okay, there you go. Looks worse than it really does. I had the same thing yesterday flying offline into Chennai where we took off. I could see for miles, and yet it says I shouldn't. I think there's a song I can see for miles. But anyway, all right, so here we go. Trying to find the, I think I've got the runway in sight. Yep, I do. Time to... Okay, we're at flaps 10. And way below glide path. Get these spoilers armed. Go. And brakes are set, gears down, 3 green, flaps going 15. Just kind of hold here. We got a little bit below glide path, so work our way back on track here.
Flying slow.
1,000 feet, stabilize,
Flying
Mr.
slow.
Perch, altitude set.
Okay, we're set flaps 30. Here we go.
Thousand feet, stabilize, Mr. Perch, altitude set.
All right, we're stable landing. Again, per that METAR, we shouldn't even see the runway yet. So I don't get it.
Approaching minimum 400. Minimum 300. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
All right, idle reverse, and let's get some in. All right, let's be southwest.
80 knots.
All right, we'll taxi back. Folks, I hope you enjoyed leg 1 here to VOTV. Next up, we'll be over to Victor Romeo Mike in the Maldives. Like I said, if you're like us here in St. Louis, up in the northern half of the country, a little warmer climate is why we chose this flight today, as it is also a destination of the month for Millennium Aviation, who I'm flying for today, VA-wise. Okay. Since I don't have a co-pilot here, some things take a little bit longer to get to. All right, let's get these radars off. People would like to be able to make babies still. There we go. 59-minute flight, folks. Not bad. Now, for this flight, folks, we will not rewind it. We'll save it for the Maldives. Who knows? Maybe I'll botch that landing more. Just leave the ground crew love to be radiated. Yeah, I'm sure they do. But again, welcome in, folks. I do appreciate y'all coming aboard, being a part of the stream. The heck, let's show it off. Something you don't see as Clipper or Pan Am had 737s, but they weren't around for the 800. Alright, what gate do we want? Eeny, meeny, we'll go with miny and mo. Let's go with mo. Okay, where did my center line go? Wow. Oh, I don't think we have active jetways here. But really wouldn't have mattered. Find out. Brake set. Double check. Brakes are indeed on. Alright, final checklist. APU should be up and running. Oh, that's nice. I thought I had them on. Okay. Any other quick checks I need to do? Seatbelts off, weather radars off, tape trim 4 units. That would be nice. Okay. Turn engine 1 off. And let's do number 2 now. Alright, let me do a quick check here with Millennium Aviation. Actually, it would say, huh. Stand by, let me check that out over here. Alright, it is pending. Okay, cool. Alright. Now, let us... The only bad thing about Boeing, and I don't mean to badmouth it, I like that I can see all my doors, all my stuff right here instead of having to go right here to see if everything's open and what's going on. Alright, let's go home. Here. And the passengers are unloading. Let's see how it looks outside. Yeah, the jetway didn't pull in. Alright, and they're unloading bags. And then I'm going to go ahead and put the chocks and the ground power up to it. There we go, folks. Sim Toolkit is what we use to really learn what we did with the flight. If you don't have it, folks, uh-oh, what'd I miss? See what I mean? I sometimes get distracted. Not listening. You are a pilot. That's good. Thank you. Thank you. And oh, I'm glad to see you all having a great time. Yeah, I definitely need the ground crew to help me get into this place. Woo. All right, so let's do it. Let me get up top here one more time. Okay. And off. Just to make sure. Yeah, I am. Okay. I did this once, folks, and turned all the power off. Okay, so let's bring Sim Toolkit up here and see how this landing went. Felt pretty good. Be honest, I didn't even think to look. Well, I think I still can. Mac Air lined us up at 233 feet a minute. I see it on Sim Toolkit, but I'm going to be too late, I'll bet. 269. We're getting closer between the two. All right, so what we'll do here is finish this flight. Take a look at it. It's an hour and 12, 300 miles, and 269 feet, 137 knots. Not bad. I think that's pretty close to all of my numbers. Yeah, that is actually. Wow. Okay, cool. We landed a little long. I already know that. About 2,200 feet down a 11,000 foot runway. Oh my gosh. I think I could have let it idle all the way down and it would stop. 10 miles, 10, 11 feet off the center line, and landed at 137 knots. Really not a bad flight. Those who are not aviation savvy with what you see on this precision runway, this section right here is your displaced threshold. In the real world, you're not supposed to land here. And I'll leave it at that. The landing starts at this long white line here, the threshold, forward down the runway. Each hash mark's 500 feet. So 1,500 feet is the actual aiming point on this runway. 2,000 and so forth. The landing zone, where pilots will try to get the plane to touch down in, would be this uppermost hash mark all the way back to the white line. Now, bad thing happening if you're still rolling down here at 100 knots or better, you're running out of runway because it's now telling you on the ground in 500-foot increments, the end of the runway is coming up really quick. But you have a nice stopway into the blast pad. Yeah, Southwest only had 6,000 to work with, half this runway. There's a lot more that went on that flight than what they tell you. So, but anyway, we're not going to hash out what they did because my flights are usually just as bad. Did I say that out loud? All right, so let me get. So that concludes leg 1. Leg 2, we're going to do right from Sim Toolkit here using SimBrief. We're going to fully plan it up here, so bear with me a second. I'm just getting a couple things cleared off here. Okay. All right, that's cleared. Let me just make sure I didn't put it in here in Navigraph. Okay. All right, so what we're going to be doing, as you see Navigraph, we're going to be taking off from VOTV down here to the Maldives. Well, MUU 3232, thank you for being a part. Thank you for coming aboard, and hope to see you on future flights. All right, so let's start planning this up. Get rid of this. Bring Sim Toolkit. Oh, wait, no, not yet. Let's go to the flight schedule. Real flights. Now we're going to type in VOTV. Go to VRMM. Oh, look at that. It's only an A320. Well, we'll live with it. Dispatch. Stand by. I forgot my tail number. That's always a bad thing. You go stick my head out the rear door, which is still attached. Oh wait, it's open. It was 6-3. There it is. We're gonna still be 3-1. 22:10. That ain't gonna work out for a departure time. Let's go 22:50. We'll use the American Airlines pounds. Just making sure. Don't think I need anything else. It's just generating the flight plan. And here we go, folks. And there's our flight. Basically, as you saw before, it's pretty much straight down. Okay. Bear with me 1 second here. Now let's take a look at this. I'm going to go ahead and delete that flight so we have this one. All right, so here is our flight, folks. They're calling it 701, but we're actually going out with a call sign of 31. Victor Oscar Tango. You can read all the fun stuff up here. We're about an hour in flight for this. Cost index 11, 180 passengers. A lot of people wanting to warm up. 17,000 pounds of fuel and a payload of 36,300. All right. With all of this, I'm going to update TopCat as well. And our alternate today will be VCB. Ooh, that is a run. Welcome. That's delicious. Also, thank you for subscribing. We sure appreciate both of you for coming aboard, subscribing. Really, thank you so much. We appreciate you. I actually am in the process of looking at either getting weather software, if that'll help, or another aircraft or scenery. But again, thank you so much for helping us out. All right. So VCBI, I'm just getting TopCat ready. So when we get to that point, it's all in play. And we are putting on 180 souls at 131 estimated zero fuel weight. Minus 700. No. 390. Close enough. All right. And then our fuel, we're looking at again 17,000. 486, burning that, and trip at 62.35. All right. Top Cat is now ready. So let's take a look real quick at the briefing here. Here's the route to Sri Lanka. And up here at the top, this is what's called the American Airlines format with sim brief. So to me, it gives a little bit more information, but it does back off in other areas that a lot of people look at. But it gives me, there's my release right at the top. Here's my flight route and then my fuel. And just so you all know, we planned, let's see, to get to our alternate, we need 6.8, holy mackerel, plus reserve of 3.6. So we're going to need about 10,000 pounds when we get down to the Maldives. Let me write that 10.4 so I don't remember. All right, so I do remember. But and then all the way at the bottom, it tells us we have 2 lap kids. Now, what's important about that? Well, folks, that lets ground crews know they're not done if they've got 180. There were actually lap kids on the plane. They actually now, I think, can even tell you if they got pets in their loadout sheets on these planes. So don't just quickly shove things aside thinking, you know, okay, I got 180 and I've counted for it. No, it's there's a lot more now that goes to flying on these planes. So we're going to go with C. All right, I'm just getting a little cheat sheet I run up to date next to it. Then we got a couple of little steps we got to do to make this a lot faster to load. Takeoff weight will be 148.3. Wow. And our cruise today, and this will suffice as our pre-brief, 36 still. We said, is that called VCBI? All right, that way I know where we're going in case we need to. I don't need 2 Vs. All right, so we're set up, ready to go now, folks, with a 1-hour flight. Winds, are they going to be any better for us? 064 at 15. 064, 15. Okay, we got a positive 13. Awesome. All right, so there we go. I got all my information up to date. And here's our route right here, folks. I put that in so when I do the YouTube video, I can stick that with it. All right, so navgraph wise, I also recommend this program, but if you just go to import from SimBrief, there's your flight. There it's downloaded. To include, we're going to do the Kalik departure to Kegig, and then on down the, is this down the airway? I can't remember. Nope, we're going to go direct Padalo, and then on to the Padalo arrival for runway 36. Weather again still the same as before. It's 19 minutes old, variable at 1. 3,000 meters drizzle is what I'm reading here. Doesn't seem to show up that way here, but anyway, 1010 on the altimeter. So there you have it, folks. Let's get into getting this plane readied. Now, one thing we showed last time, let me see if it'll bring it up again. I'm going to go ahead. I said I wouldn't for time's sake, but I'm going to since we have a few more people aboard. Oh, that's why it's not up here yet. To really use ZIBO to its maximum potential here, folks. Let's go back, go to fuel, go here. You use this airside service. Now, you saw it in progress for the unload. Let's do it now for the reload. Okay, so can I go back and cancel this? Let's try, whoop. Here, load in the, oh boy. Oh, wait a minute, it loaded it. I know why. Okay, here's what's going on, and I was being weird about it. You have to get this set up so that you can use the SimBrief downloader to put these files in the right spots. So, hang on a second. Let me bring that up. Let me preview. Oh man, you work so flawlessly this morning. And you're going to play it this way. So toolkit strip. Try. There we go. All right. Just had to outfox the fox. All right, browser. Okay, so you're going to get, this is what let me get that overlay out of the way at the top. This is what it looks like when you download it. I need it up on my side. All right. Make sure you have at least XML data files, ZIBO 737, and in their rightful places. Okay. Click export. You're going to get a warning message saying the files already exist. Do you want to overwrite them? Yes. Then it's going to tell you these 5 files have been overwritten or whatever you have, and they're now in the system. Now, what happens from here? Now, when I click load, all of a sudden our information we had before comes available. All right, so here's our 180. There's our 0 fuel weight, which I'm verifying, 131,343. Fuel weight expected, 17,486. Yeah, I forgot to write that one down. 486. File save. So it is now loaded. So when you click activate, you're now on the clock, folks. Let me back up and show you. It is going to begin going through all of this. So while the doors were still open, it will open up these galley doors so it can take on the galley stuff. May close the front door in the beginning, but it may not since we're in a turnaround. And we need to get started on our checklist because we're on the clock now. So real simple. And there you go. It's all automatic. You groundies are starting to do your job and we just can't see you. That's the only thing. So really cool. Now, I mean, if you haven't heard in X-Plane, this is, to me, better quality than PMDG. Not just because of its really expensive price tag, but it is just, to me, better than PMDG. The price tag is free, so it's going to bust your bank. Yeah, I said it, folks, free. And it's just amazing what you get here. I can't say enough about the ZIBO team and all that they've put into this, but it is free. You got to pay for the X-Plane 12 sim, but from then on, all you got to do is download the mod, keep it up to date, and you're getting new things. Matter of fact, one thing I wanted to try out, and I didn't on this approach. I'll try to remember for the next. We now have a better working HUD in here. So I meant to run that on this approach and forgot. All right, talking too much. Let's get this plane going. Fuel's to 61%. All right. We are not going to align. So batteries on, ground power, standby power. IFE and cabins are both on, cooling on, and I always find it weird. I said this in the beginning. These should be louder. But I get this one, but this one's more dangerous. Whatever. You know what? We'll go ahead and align. Check of the flight and ELT. Passenger oxygen's normal. EECs are on. Audio panel good. 3 green and off and off. Just waiting for it to turn off. I'm going to go ahead and continue on. I'll come back. As we said, cabin and IFE are on. Engine hydraulic pumps are on. Electrics off. Probe heats off. Anti-ice off. Fuel pumps all off now. And trim air on. Go to open. See if we can do this now. Yep. Align. Align. 6 minutes to alignment. Got your on DCs. Now we're looking for align. Go to nav. Again, 6 minutes now, 5 minutes. Okay, so we've worked down. Window heats are on. Let's go down here and punch. First off, bear with me a second, folks. This thing is always kind of in the way. There we go. So, init. Index. Oh, wait, here we go. I'd like to go back to the very first page, get the ident, make sure my numbers are still good, December 28th to January 24. For those curious, that's 10 days out. We'll be updating our nav data position. Here lies so. And next page. All right. I told you about those 2, 3, 4 files that you saw that got overwritten and loaded. This is what they allow. When you get to this now on your flight, FMS, click Flight Plan Request. It's going to go out to your flight plans, look for it, say, hey, we found it. Hit load. Uplink in progress, VOTV to VRMM, cruise winds and all activate, execute. Folks, you've done a lot of your critical pre-planning right there with just that. I'm just moving it over to make it easier.
Ground to flight deck, fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
Thank you for flying with Mike. All right, let's get that APU back on. So we'll turn the left pump on.
Standby for arrival and cross deck, thank you.
All right, and the APU is cranking up. Give it a few seconds and then we'll get back into it. And then we're going to check the route, do our performance initialization, get our N1 numbers, and see what our trim is for the flight. Combination of we'll use charts to kind of back our information up, check our route, as well as TopCat to get our takeoff numbers. Okay, the gens are on. Okay. And APU bleed is now on. Okay, passengers have not loaded yet. So let's get started here. Actually, first thing I want to do, set this in plan, our nav display. Drop it to 20 for now. All right, and now I'm going to bring in charts. And I may have to resize. Actually, I'm going to check before I do. Yep, I do need to. Okay. All right, there's charts. I've resized it so we can see it a little better. Bear with me as I try to do this where I'll be able to... There we go. We can still see the nav display to check the route, and we can check it here. Okay, so let's go to import from SimBrief, download it. Okay, there we go. Let's center in. Okay, we're taking off 3-2 so you can see how we're going to start. Let's go find the KLAC, which usually loads. I don't know why they aren't. SID. Bear with me, I've forgotten what our routing is out of here. KLAC. Oh, that's the other way. Here we go. All right, here, finally, it's right in front of me. So KLAG, you can see how this is going to work. All right, let's go to departure arrival. Making sure all of this is visible to you. Departure. Now, it should have 3-2. It does. KLAG. And we are going to KIKIG, however you want to say, KIKIG. And now we're programmed execute. So let's go to legs. She's got legs. Oh, sorry, folks. So, very simply, at 1,000 feet or higher, we turn for KLIG. And then we go to TD 332 at or above 45, at or below 4,500 feet, at or above 12,000 at 333. Okay, so let's kind of step our way through. Okay, looking good. All right. All right, now that's kind of weird. Then repeats it. See, this is why you want to check this, folks. And we're back. Yeah, That's what I just said. Why? Make sure pat low. Where is that? Hang on a second. Get rid of this. I think that's the start of our arrival. It is. So guess what? I'm going to click that, put it down here, put it right here. Execute. All right. So, I'm going to back up a page, step to here. Kaikig, and now let's pull up our arrival. Why these are not loading? I do not know. Said Sam I am. PATL1. And my mic was muted. Holy mackerel. My sorries there, folks. I don't even know why I muted myself. But anyway, so you kind of seen what we've been doing. I'm not going back through it real quick. So you can see we're set up for climb 2. Wow, again, my apologies, folks. I just happened to look down and see that it was muted. Okay, so there we go. Take off. I'll put the CG. I go to the next page, folks. A lot of people don't. Runway headings right here. You can also get it from Sim Toolkit. Oh, not heading. Winds. 140. Same format. Heading, or the heading of the wind and the speed. With a dash. You have to have the diagonal. This one used to get me. And bad attitude helped me out a lot. There is no slope here. It's 0.0. Put a slash and you're heading 318. If the runway's dry, great. If it's wet or that, click the line select next to it. And you can change these if you need to. Alright, so we're back to this page where everyone seems to never leave. Put in flaps 1 because that's what it says here. Look at our QRH. These are our speeds ZIBO calculated. How about that? 148, 149, 154. Told you it's pretty doggone close. Again, 2,288 feet of runway remaining if everything works right. So we're looking good. And I clicked that just to get rid of the speeds. All right, folks, and with that, we're ready to go. A couple of last minute things to tidy up here. Okay, let's go up top here to the overhead panel. Lost my place. Altimeters we'll get in a second. APU bleed. On. Oh, this is the APU running. Pre-flight procedure, folks. We're ready to go. I have not heard them say they're ready. Why so? All right, well, let's get going. I'm one that wants to go here, folks. So pre-flight, here we go. Flight directors already on. Let's go ahead and turn them off just in case. Okay. Auto throttle is no longer armed. Lock. 154 plus 10 for me, 64. And I use that formula because it's so simple. 318. And we're climbing to 36,000. Now I disconnected so I could get a new flight plan in me. Bear with me a second. Oh wow, we're running about 30 minutes early. Cool. We're gonna get out on time, if not early. All right, connect. EA31's coming back on. Alright, so we got VATSIM taken care of. And where are we on this? Fuel flow switch set. And minimum set. Let's get that going. Okay. Landing gear levers down, 3 green, flaps 0, and 0, spoilers up. Oh, excuse me. Engines in cutoff. And you know what, folks? Parking brake set. Let's get up here and turn the yaw damper back on. We're ready to go.
Folks, welcome aboard American Airlines. We're currently in the process of wrapping up final paperwork. Should be on our way momentarily. It's a great pleasure to have you on board with us today. If you have any requests that will make your trip a little bit more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask one of your crew members. Again, welcome aboard.
The seatbelt sign is on. Please be seated and fasten your seatbelt.
Just as a reminder, we cannot leave the gate until carrying items are properly put away. All overhead bins are closed and all passengers are seated.
It's always a good thing when they're not waiting on us. I'll tell you what I didn't look at. Buttoned up. All right, we're gonna try to get this show on the road. Okay, push back. Oh, wait a minute, we got stuff still deployed. Okay. Alright, system B on, fuel pumps coming on, beacons on, better push back.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Alright folks, here we go.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. I think it got rid of the chocks already. It sure did. And Clipper Victor is about to depart.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Kind of curious why we haven't gotten the flight crew ready. Brakes off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Alright folks, sorry for all of that with the microphone problem. That loose nut here behind the wheel forgot to make sure I wasn't muted. And lo and behold, that's what happened. Alright, let's see what's up on the screen. Good. Okay, the packs are off, so we're ready to start. Okay, go ahead and turn it to ground to get the first one going. Actually, I'm going to push it back down here. Between 17 and 25 here, you can actually kick it up. Okay, let's go ahead and do such. Kick it up. Again, folks, since it's so cold up here, we're headed to the tropics to try to at least inside us warm us up. And the brutal cold outside. Right, let's get the generator on. Let's kick it over. Number 1. And 17 to 25. We just crossed 17, so fuel on. The fuel starts going up. Light off.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, We're done. What's going on? Let's, dang it. Come on, Mike. Hit the
So
right
it's
button.
disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Thanks for flying with Mike. Okay, I know what's up here. This one. This one. Okay, all wings are cleared. We are just about ready for taxi. Hope you all are enjoying this second leg. There's the infamous pins. Let them know we saw them. Okay. Final checks before taxi. Okay, so system A on. All hydraulics are now on. Pitot heat. That's what was holding us up before is on. AC/DC rocker. Have fun with that. Is set to Gen 1. And anti-ice left and right packs back on. Isolation valve open. APU off. And we'll get the flaps now to 1. They're in transit. Auto brake to reject. And last but not least, down here on the transponder. TARA, so we don't have to remember. Alright, folks, we are raring. Oh, trim. Is our trim. Six. Alright, we are ready to go. Trim is set. Taxi lights on. Why it keeps moving like that, but alright. I'm also going to put the Sim Toolkit overlay up in place. That way you all can see what we're doing. A little bit at least. Alright, so let's get moving. Victor Oscar, Tango Victor, traffic taxi to runway 32. Alright, now we can blanket. Alright, let's do our takeoff checks and we'll be ready to go. Engine start switches to continues. Auto brake, we have it reject. Runway turn off lights and all on. ATC TCAS set. Other radars on. is on over here. You can see those mountains on it real good right here that we flew over to come in on. And heading bugs set. PNav, LNav set. Lower is blanked. Clipper Victor getting ready to back taxi. Kinda would be nice to know if I could have gone from this intersection. All right, folks, again, we're on leg number 2. Leaving Victor, Oscar, Tango, Victor. You're more than welcome to try to pronounce where we are. Look down in the title. And we're off to the Maldives, the islands out in the middle of the Indian Ocean. In the tropics, where it's nice and and Victor, Oscar, Tango, Victor, Clipper 3-1 back taxiing 3-2 for departure.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
Go ahead and get all the lights on. So we're highly visible on the runway. Auto throttle on. Again, we'll show you the click spot for Toga on here. I kind of like where it's at. I would go ahead and get rid of charts here, folks. Okay, final checks again. Auto brake reject, flaps 1. Spoilers are stowed. And landing lights on. ATC is TRA. Heading bug 318. Cleared for takeoff. And a lot of airports with this kind of turnaround down here, you'll actually find they'll go a little further out so they can put you at a hold line. So they could conceivably continue to land aircraft. All right, we're cleared for takeoff, so we're coming back for the runway. Hope you all have your seat trays and seat belts on, because we're ready to go. Okay, we're all stable, Toga. Yes, that microphone button is the takeoff go-around button.
80 knots.
Speed check good. Control. B1.
B1, rotate. Positive rate.
And we'll let Otto have the fun.
1000.
And there you have it, folks. We're on our way. Let me click that real quick since I forgot. About 11 minutes since pushback, and we're on our way. Again, thanks for flying with Mike. Glad to have you aboard, and those raiders that hung with us here as we head to the warm climes of the Maldives. Thank you so much, and look forward to flying with you all another day. All right, I'm going to go ahead and push this out a little. Speaking of another day, that will be our next flight on Tuesday. Barring everything, we'll be flying for Virtual American Airlines out of Charlotte. Down below, you'll see in the About section our flight schedule. You'll see where we're headed. And look forward to some of you, if you can, joining along. That time set there, I hope I put to be determined, but we're shooting for about a 2 o'clock Central Time departure, or I'm sorry, start of the stream. Could be later, depending how bad tomorrow at work goes. We'll see. We're hoping for the best. You never know what the worst will be. All right, so we've made it to 4,500 feet, so we got to get out to TD 332. And once we cross that, then we can start our climb. There you see a better image of Clipper Victor. Matter of fact, screenshot. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get us going. Okay, and we're continuing our climb on up now. Flaps are coming up. All right, final checks, go to there. Let's see, auto brakes off, engine starts, we'll get to auto if we remember. And we're good to go. Landing lights off at 10,000. Well, actually, we'll probably be standard here in a moment as we're about to pass transition level in about 3,000 feet. Again, thanks for flying with Mike. Hope you're enjoying this fun ride in ZIBO. All right, we are on our way. There's the transition right there, letting you know in yellow. Click standard, and away we go. I'm going to go ahead and kill the lights outside, except for the wing lights. I'll grab them at above 18,000. Maldives being a big destination for a lot of people. Just from what I understand, just beautiful area. Those military folks over at Diego Garcia, I know, spend some time there. The Middle East comes down there. So obviously it's like Bora Bora and Fiji off the west coast of the U.S., way south of Hawaii, but sort of like that, a nice destination in the tropics to get away from it.
And no foreign transaction fees. Not an Aviator card member? See your flight attendant and receive an exclusive offer when you apply in flight today. Shortly, we will begin our in-flight service. We offer a selection of complimentary beverages. Wi-Fi service is available on this flight.
And as you can see out the windows, folks, it's about all you're going to see until we get into that island chain of the Maldives. So, not much to look at, even out the nose. So, oh well, folks, that's what you get when you fly over the ocean. Not a lot to look at, even sometimes hard to tell the horizon from the ocean. And that gets dangerous for pilots. But anyway, I've never had to experience that. Being a private pilot, flying over the U.S., there's always ground. So, but when you get to flying from, say, Florida to the Bahamas, it would become a problem, possibly. All right, folks, so sit back, relax. Let's get a little bit of music going in the background so you all can just enjoy your day. And we'll continue our climb out. Looks like about 46 minutes to the Maldives. Alright, folks, I thought I'd let a few songs run here. Let's see how we're doing inside here. I know we're around 25,000 feet, a little higher, 26. Making our climb to 36,000. So, hope y'all are enjoying. And again, thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. It's been a really good day to fly. It's super cold outside, and just really hope you all enjoy. We're looking at about 30 minutes out. Thanks, Hawker, for that. And we're going to get into kind of talking about this arrival. It looked a little interesting, but overall it's going to be just a basic. You kind of enter the pattern to join the ILS. That's all it really is. So just want to make sure. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. You kind of keep a 14-mile distance from the airport before you actually join in at 4,000 feet at Benku. So Benku. So hang on just a second. I just want to make that program just a little bigger here, so it makes a lot more. Would you quit moving on me? Here. All right, yeah, it just wants to bounce around every time I do something. So there's the charts program. It is a payware program, but if you're updating your FMCs through Navgraph, you already have your subscription fee for that. You can ducktail this one on. I think there's a little discount with it, and add a little bit to get every, well, not every, but most every IFR chart out there at your fingertips to use in conjunction with VATSIM or whoever you fly with. And I'm going to pause the music so it's a little easier to hear me. All right. Now you saw the METAR here in the chat room. Basically, as of, well, let's do it this way. Another neat feature here with charts. You can, whoops, that's where we departed. That's not going to help us on arrival. As of an hour and 2 minutes ago, the Maldives were reporting winds out of the east at 080 at 9. Unlimited visibility and a scattered layer of possible thunder showers, 1,800 feet. We'll see how that pans out. 27 glorious degrees and 1011 on the altimeter. According to the METAR, no significant weather. We'll kind of believe it when we get there. All right, so you can see the arrival here, folks. I'm going to go ahead and hide all of this. One last chance for you to read the weather, both in METAR form, or if you're METAR challenged, it is spelled out in English. All right, and away with that. All right, so here we go, folks. ATIS and all of the different frequencies we could run across, and it's 8 degrees for our airport altitude. Okay, now this is an RNAV GNS, meaning you got to have GPS, RNAV, or FMCs to be able to fly this. Surveillance is required, meaning you need technically somebody watching you center-wise / approach. Aircraft do not meet navigation will be vectored. That's cool. Within surveillance, ATC vector the aircraft. Okay. We're doing the PATLO 1 Alpha. Again, it's an RNAV approach arrival to runway 36. So we're going to fly PATLO, MM504, 504 to 503. All of this at or above 5,500 feet. Into MM502. From there, we need to be at or above 4,000 at Benku. P-E-N-K-U. P-E-N-K-U. I'm not going to go any further. All right, and then here's the instructions. Again, right over here, folks, your routing. Really, these charts, and they're Jepson, so they're high quality. These are what most professional pilots want in their arsenal. The FAA charts are great, lack, as you can see, a lot of information to them. But they're good and usable and legal. I just find them lacking. When I saw these charts, albeit it even says somewhere on here, not for real world use, somewhere on them. Here it is. They're still better than what the FAA gives you. Sorry to those joining the channel that are with that organization. All right. Now, again, here's our frequencies across the top. So what we're going to do, first off, I think we're already set on that one. So give me a second. Yeah, we are already set. Cool. So I don't have to change frequencies much. The only one I do want to change is this one. 11470. Give it a little further and we'll punch that one in. We'll put it in over here. 11470. What that frequency is Mike Lima Echo Maldives. Basically just off the runway at the airport. Okay. So let's punch that back up. Now, y'all are going, this is a bit of a different radio setup. Basically how it works, you've got your modes here, VOR, ILS or GLS, I think it is. You can set it into those. Then, just like any radio, you're active and standby. Standby, active. Your standby channel, because it's a lot easier to see it here. This is your active channel. Okay. Down here, I'm going to try to use this time. Okay. I don't really know how to use this, folks, so. Oh, we'll get closer and see how it works. I think we'll set our runway here is how this works, and we'll wait to see when we get closer. Also, real quick, if you didn't know, right here will show the camera that the pilots use when someone knocks at the door. There you go. They can also see here and here. I believe this is the entry door and this is the galley door. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm thinking that's how it looks. But yeah, there you go, folks. That's how they know. And they usually probably leave it like this. All right. And now let's get our heading set up just in case something weird happens. We have something to fall back on. There we go. We are level at 36,000. Let me make sure to turn the seatbelts off. And you know what? We gotta.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we're leveled to our initial cruise altitude, expecting a fairly smooth ride today. We have the seatbelt sign turned off, and while you're seated, we do ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened about you at all times in case we encounter unexpected bumpy air. And we do thank you for flying with us on American.
How dare they say that? That's not what we're flying. All right, folks. Let me check. I got the wing lights off. Yes, I do. And we're ready to go. So anyway, back to the chart here. Sorry, we got distracted a little, but 1099 is in. I'm going to go ahead and put you in 003 for our runway. So now we're set up for the ILS. Now, over here will be how we track in. So let's see, I'm going to say we should be able to tune it in. Let's find out. Let's go active. And we are. Okay, so now let's move to there. And there we go, folks. Top of descent's coming in. Again, real quick, MM602, which is right here at about 10 miles out, 210, and descending to 2,000 feet so that we can be at MM601 at 2,000, descending on glide path. Okay. Finally, our minimums are 212. So let's set that in right now. I'm going to go ahead and just go EGL because I'm way too fast. Okay. And we'll set our barometer, altimeter once we get a little closer. All right, let's get over here and set up for our landing. Go to fuel, go to approach. Oh, wrong one, performance, sorry. Runway 36, we're gonna go flaps 30, dry, and let's pull in some weather. That way you all can see it as well. All right, so the winds read 060 at 10. They picked up on us. 060 at 10. All right, temperature there 27, 10, 11, 30. We'll just keep all of that the same. Just gonna grab sim brief here for quick landings. 127 dot. Ah, on the wrong one. Thank goodness. Scared me there for a second, folks. Like, that's the same weight we had coming in here. Estimating 142.1. Click here. So 142.1. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Back. Yeah, I know. Clear decimal 1. I don't know if it'll take it. Yeah, it did. All right. So basically, flaps will be 30. Let me make sure you can see that. Okay, you can't. There we go. All right, so flaps will be at 30. Air conditioning on. Anti-ice off. We'll be using brakes 3. And speed brakes will be auto. There's no credit for reverse thrust. All right. So what we're going to have is 152 right now for landing, 1,866 meters down the runway. You can do the conversion in Google. And other than that, folks, we are ready to go. You know what? I might just keep it on that for now. All right. Top of descent is now 45 miles away. And I am just, while you're here, going to resize this. All right, there you go, folks. I'll just put the chart right over it. All right, we're looking at about a landing here in about, figure we'll be done in about less than 30 minutes, folks. So hope you're ready. Fuel is looking good in the tanks. And been a pleasure, folks. I hope you enjoy the arrival. This time I'm going to pull the HUD down. He said, hang on, I think there's a switch up here. Yeah, so there is a switch. You just see where the cursor, just click on it, it takes it up and down. Now, in order for this, wait a minute, get this right, for this gauge to be here, the HUD has to be activated in your settings. So, once you have this, EL5, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Probably blew it up. All right. All right, and let's see how close we ventured in. All right, we're about 35 miles out, so we'll get things set up here. Still no ATC. Looks like an A320 from Dhaka made it down here. That's up in Bangladesh, folks. That's about a 1,000-mile run. Clear that off. 29 miles. All right, now I got time to talk about it. Couple of ways to make this plane descend. Now with this style of FMC where you have cruise, climb, and descent, all you got to do is click the descent once you set your altitude up here. In our case, it'll be to 5,500 feet. Okay, you can set it. Go to your descent page. See how it says descent now? When you click that, she'll start down. While I'm on this page, folks, a lot of you asked, I know I said this in the flight prior, or I see troubles finding where do I set my transition altitude. Okay, first off, transition altitude, folks, we use to set our aircraft on the same barometric pressure. Okay, everywhere else, most of the U.S. territories and some others scattered about very limitedly, you set them to 10, 13, I believe, is standard on HEPA, like we are now. 2992 in the United States. That way you're all, when he says 18,000 feet, you're at 18,000, you're at the same 18,000. There's no real variance. Otherwise, you guys would be all over the air and could hit each other real easy. Occupying the same point in space is never a good thing, be it on an interstate, be it in the air. So, once you descend down below that, then they want you at that local altimeter, so everybody will be flying right at the same level. I think I explained that pretty decently. Anyway, how do we find that? How do we do it? Go to forecast. Right here on the descent page, there's your transition level. And then I want to confirm that over here. Bear with me, folks. I'm just checking for it. 13,000. We're showing 13,000. Okay. Get back to the one you guys were looking at. Now, you can also do your descent request for the winds. It'll say, okay. Once it says that, then it'll say load, and then you load, and that's all you'll get. But it has changed the winds for your fixes. You just don't see it here, which is kind of a bummer. Because I know in some products it will actually load it, but ZIBO it doesn't, and that, to me that's except enough for me. All right, top of descent is, what was it? 3 miles. You know what? Now, I told you one way. You can also do it right here with altitude intervene, which is what we're going to do. And as you can see already, the Boeing version of the green dot in Airbus, this nice descent pattern letting you know relative, this is the optimum descent angle where you are in relation to it. Also shows up like a glide slope will. All right, and here we go, folks. Let's see what it looks like off the nose. Still, and we got some storminess over here. We're headed up here. I believe we might be seeing them right now. Probably not, but we might. And as of 20 minutes ago, we're 060 at 10. All right. While we start our descent. Okay, so our descent was by altitude. We have our engines, which again, I forgot to move to auto, off. And so they're set. Fasten seatbelts between now. I do it around 25,000 feet. And then our landing lights at or above 10,000. Now it's just here we come down. Again, thanks for flying with Mike. In case you miss anything you really needed to hear or understand or want to go back to, did he really say that? It's happened before, folks. Really, it has. I have a YouTube channel, and this will be put up to YouTube afterwards. Probably out there by tomorrow or late tonight. But anyway, it will be available as soon as YouTube does what YouTube does. We'd sure love to have you over there, folks. Love to have you part of the family of Flying with Mike, not only here on Twitch where we fly live, but where you can always go and watch whichever you missed or want to see. We've been to a lot of places, folks, from Kaitai to Hanade in Tokyo to Honolulu to London, all of it, folks. We've the good, the bad. Ooh, there are some bad flights. And even worse than bad, the ugly ones. So we'd love to have you over there, folks. But again, new to the channel, love you to smash that follow button. All that does, folks, is just say, hey, I'd like to see where you're headed next. When I go and hit that start streaming button, you're going to get an email. As long as I changed it, it'll tell you what we're flying. And yeah, I forget sometimes. Welcome to being 58 years old. Otherwise, if you're in YouTube and watching the replay of this, smash that subscribe button and hey, thumbs up it if you like it. All right, we are through 28. I'm going to go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign on. And we're going to hold on those lights for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we're already sending seatbelt sign is on. If you happen to be up and about, please return your seat. Keep your seatbelt fastened for the main flight. On behalf of the flight crew, we appreciate you being with us today. Wish you a very safe and pleasant journey to your final destination. Hope to see you back here with us soon. Thank you.
As do I, the captain. Hope to see you back here again, folks, after the flight. Love to see you on our next one, which is Tuesday. Virtual American flying this good old plane, the ZIBO, out of Charlotte. Want to find out? Click that About button below there on Twitch. Flight schedule will tell you what Tuesday's flight will be. Hopefully, we can kick it off at the time shown. All right, folks, so we are coming down. I'm not liking where 5,500 feet is showing here. Or am I understanding? Hey, are we hung up? Knots. It's not. That's weird. All right, one way around that, folks. Bump up the speed. And if necessary, still not adjusting for that. Okay. All right, so we can start a little bit of a steeper descent here. Okay, we're 20 miles from 504. Should be pretty close to 4,000. Go ahead and set that, see where the needle falls. I think we're going to end up right on track. The hard part's going to be slowing to 250 here. I think I have a restriction in place. But let's get rid of the outer map. Yeah, we don't have speed restrictions until KU. The only thing you gotta really pay attention to is right here, folks. Make sure your speed stays under control. And with a steep descent like this, it's good to, speed brakes can come up. Alright, there's 18,000, and as of 28 minutes ago, we're looking at 1011. Alright. So we're getting close to our desired speed. See what happens if I'm lower the speeds. Okay, auto brakes can go to 3. Alright, final checks here. Approach procedure. Altimeter is ready. ILS course and frequency. We're going to go ahead and punch that in right now to help us in as we make the turn 10,000 feet high. We may have to hold. Okay, we're going to go ahead and slap those speed brakes on. Not what I wanted to move, but it'll work. Because we do need to be slowing. Here. All right. There's that standard. All right, here we go, folks. All right, folks, we are just about ready to land, and trying to get her down to 5,500 feet. Okay, so we're in the range. Cool. Again, it's at or above 5,500, as you see right here. All right, down to 240. I'm going to go ahead and kick our lights on. All right, we're good. All right, folks, buckle up, tray tables up. Time for us to make a run on the Maldives. And for those curious, we've been airborne on leg number 2, approximately 50 minutes, 50. We got the timer started on climb out, so we'll give it a couple of padded minutes there. But if we look over here, that's from pushback. 59 minutes, call it an hour. So I want to thank you all for being a part. Thank Allison and Lauren for the raid. Really want to thank you for that. Really much appreciated. Plus the subscription from Gifted by Dust Delicious. Sure appreciate that to them. All right, let's get that camera off, get things ready to go. All right, and like I said, we're just making sure we stay under 250 because we're gonna be slowing to 220 as we turn base. Maldives traffic, Clipper 31, turning base for runway 36. Okay, we're getting a little fast again. Maintain 55.
Fast to go.
Till this fix here, and then we can start our descent into 4,000 to join the ILS. ILS is program, correct? take the speed brakes down. Gonna set 4,000 here. Now the reason it's not descending, folks, one, it's going to be held. But two, you're going to have to push altitude, intervene again. In 2 miles. And then remember, getting ready to switch charts here. Once we, matter of fact, let's go ahead and do that. So Benku 10 to 10 maximum. Doesn't mean I have to do that. That's no faster than. Different than the word at. And if you want a good definition of the word at, watch a video from on YouTube. Go descending down now. Let's see if it'll do it. Otherwise, I'll command it. Can't be where we are. I'm going to slow to 180. 170 is good. Anyway, there's a good definition of at. Okay, the VOR is locked in. IMM, as you see on the chart, we're good. Go, making the turn here in just a second. Let's give this HUD a try.
Thousand to go.
Okay, you can see the glide slope right now. Glide slope's been achieved. Just waiting for the localizer, then we'll be fully on board. That's what you want to see, folks, that dot inside the flight director. Let's go flaps 5. Arm up the spoilers. I think I have the runway in sight. Localizer's coming alive as we descend. Now we'll slow to 50. All right, we are set for the approach. Lights are on. I believe it's hard to see through this. I think we have runway in sight. Go ahead and get rid of this. I'm having a hard time seeing through it. Maybe not. Gear down. That'll help slow us too, folks. Flaps 10. Flaps 20. Correction, flaps 15. Now flaps 20.
2,500.
Let's go full flaps. Okay, I can see the runway now. All right. Should be on the ground if, speaking with the wife folks in about less than 5 minutes, and probably be done in less than 20. Wait a couple minutes. Sorry folks, just getting the dinner meal set up. Let me get back on track here. HUD's got to go. Get a few more practice runs with it so I can read better. How we do? Okay.
Flight slow.
1,000 feet, stabilize, Mr. Perch, altitude set.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
All right. Sorry about the wandering there, folks. For me, it's a little better this way. Okay. Now, set up.
1,000.
1,000 feet, stabilize, Mr. Perch, altitude set.
Stable landing.
3 and approaching minimums. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Welcome to the Maldives, folks. All right, folks, let's taxi to the gate. don't know about you all, but this chart does not make a lot of sense. Yeah. I just cross. Okay, I've got this right in my mind. The D5 should be next. This be considered, I guess it'd be considered international, so we'll push a little further. Let's try the other chart. Yeah, save that. Yeah, I should be. All right, folks, but again, thanks for flying with Mike. Let's see. I can't read that yet. I thought I'd be lucky to see the landing rate, but I didn't. Hope you enjoyed the flight, folks. It has been a pleasure. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of charts. You can see where we are versus where we are on the taxiways. So the terminals start at B3, 4, and 5. I think I might just pull in close to DQA 530 up here. Correction, 503. Now this would be domestic. Correct? Yep, A's are domestic, and then we'll be down. Actually, they're all A's. But they don't have jetways. Okay. So I am going to shoot after B4. Oh man, there's a... Yeah, these are right. 5. I'll just take 2R right. You know what? I'm gonna go down a little bit. Go into 3. All right, folks, we're almost in the blocks. Call it. All right, we're in the blocks. All right, so let's see, landing, we did speed brakes down, flaps are up, probe heat is indeed off, stape trim to 4 units. APU was started, we just need to get her on the GPM. Okay, let's get the gens. Not bad, I thought I had those all turned off. Leads on. Seatbelt sign off. Parking brake bleed generators. Engines off. Transponder now over to standby. Okay, exterior lights are set. And electric pumps off. Flight directors off. Sure, there's huge discontinuities. Off, off, and you. And folks, we have arrived. See if they've and there you have it, folks. In good old Maldives. All right, stand by a couple seconds here, and we are going to review this flight as soon as I unload. Edit, delete, flights, and close that out. I am going to go ahead and going to check Sim Toolkit. Oh my goodness. All right. Oh Lord. Let me first. Yeah. PIREP was filed. Okay. Closing that off. Just going to verify over here at Millennium. Profile. PIREPs. Give me 100 of them. Both pending. All right. Good deal. All right. So that's a good deal there. I'll come back and finish what I need to there up later. For now, folks, let's bring in Sim Toolkit. And the reason you all didn't see it. It's cleared up already. Good. Nice surprise coming. May have seen it on the chat box. That was the first I saw of it. Let's finish the flight. Click OK. 44 feet a minute, folks. Wow. All right, so there's the route we took. Pretty do the view details real quick. Hour and 16-minute flight, 327 miles, burned 2,700 kilograms of fuel for a 44 foot per minute landing. 131 knots. Not bad, folks. And I'm pretty sure I was close to the... a little off. Okay. 20 feet to the left. Okay, we'll take that. 2,100 feet down. Not bad at all, folks. Here's the rest of the metrics. Overall, second flight, great landing. You would be correct there, Hawker. Yes, still a doggone good landing. All right. Well, folks, you know what? We've been on the air here now 4.5 hours. I am going to try this. Now, it works some... Well, actually, let's see how we're doing over here. Let's go back. Still hasn't terminated. I just clicked the wrong thing. I want this. We're unloading passengers at the moment. So we'll let that process go on as I check to make sure everything... Oh, let's get the beacon off. All right. Considering that dinner is ready here, I am going to speed the processing up. Unless it's going to speed faster than it's... Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do it. All right, folks. Let me button up this airplane. All right. Let's see if we can't relive that landing. Oh yeah, and if you forget to disconnect, well, it'll disconnect you. Get rid of Sim Toolkit. Here we go. I think we're going to crash the desktop. Yeah, we did. Doggone it. All right, folks. Well, it happens from time to time. It just happens. I want to thank you again for being a part of Flying with Mike, especially Allison and Lauren, not only for the follow, but for the big raid they did. Thank you so much from Flying with Mike. Dust Delicious also followed us and gifted a 1-month sub to Allison and Lauren. So really, thank you much. Hawker gifted a sub to Dust Delicious as well. So, folks, thank you all for your generosity today. Thank you for being a part, taking a little bit of your Sunday to be with us. It's been a pleasure. If you all have a person you'd like me to raid, I'd love to hear that. Otherwise, we are going to begin wrapping things up here. Let me get some music rolling here a little bit as we begin moving into the closeout here. So, guys got about 3 minutes to figure out if you've got somebody out there you want to raid. I'm going to start looking. I don't know who's all on. I see Iron Condor out there. So let's just let the music run a little bit here since we couldn't do the replays, and just want to say thank you again so much. It means a lot when people take a little bit of time out of Sunday to join us. So, especially when I decide to pop up. It's not like this was scheduled. So thank you again. Again, thank you Allison and Lauren for the raid and the follow. Dust Delicious for the follow. Dust Delicious for the gifted sub to Allison and Lauren. Hawker 125. Thank you also for gifting a sub over to Dust Delicious. For the rest of you all have a great Sunday, and we'll see you Tuesday in Charlotte.